from? Well, I shout like I don't need my lungs, and I'll keep moving, I gotta go.
Welcome to Spring Commencement. Our ceremony will begin shortly. Concession stands will be open for those who wish to purchase beverages and light refreshments. The graduate procession will begin at 8:30 a.m. If you need assistance for any matter during today's event, please see an event staff member or volunteer, and they will be happy to assist you. In the event of an emergency, please pay attention to additional announcements or see an event staff member for assistance. Congratulations to all of the graduates and their families.
Hello, everybody.
Good morning.
And welcome to the 2024 University of Michigan Spring Commencement Ceremony.
Which doesn't officially begin for another 90 minutes.
We're not entirely sure why you're here so early.
See, maybe you were worried about parking.
Or maybe you thought it actually started at 8.
In which case, we appreciate your punctuality.
We've got a great show to keep you entertained before the commencement ceremony officially begins.
But first, we'd like to tell you a bit about ourselves. So my name is Ryo Kamibayashi, and I'm graduating senior with a degree in musical theater.
And I'm Amelia Vizzacaro, and I am a graduating senior with a degree in theater and drama, and we are both proud almost graduates of the School of Music Theater.
The SMTD. But the SMTD ceremony was yesterday, so we theoretically are graduates, thank goodness.
Now, we're sure that many of you share some of the classic memories that seem to define the Michigan experience, like painting the rock off of Hill and Washtenaw.
Pulling all-nighters in the ugly.
Yeah, we didn't do any of that.
See, as SMTD students, we spent a significant amount of our time in rehearsals, practicing and performing, so our excitement comes in the form of avoiding the turkeys that live in the woods near Bursley and the Moore Building, and also running after buses that pulled away seconds before, no matter how much you wave at them.
They won't stop.
Not at all.
North Campus is the only place in Ann Arbor where you're in more danger of a deer hitting you when you're trying to cross the street, not the other way around.
Well, in any case, we have been honored with the opportunity to take you through the next 90 minutes leading up to the 2024 commencement ceremony. So first up is the University of Michigan Trombone Ensemble, led by Professor of Trombone David Jackson, himself a proud graduate of the University of Michigan. Several members of the ensemble are graduating this year. Please give them a warm Wolverine welcome and keep watching those videos on boards. Our graduate procession is about to begin. lovely and majestic sound. Thank you to the University of Michigan Trombone Ensemble. Thank you very much. Now, if you have any Michigan memories you want to share, be sure to hashtag #MGoGrad on Instagram and X, and you might see your message on the big screen as well.
Now, please turn your attention to the video boards for a message from the University of Michigan Alumni Association.
Oh, hi, Bagley.
Come on, everybody, don't stop, don't quit. Do it like this. Do it like this. Do it like this.
So much to do. It's all about the timing. Check out the sun. Look at the silver lining. The sun's always shining somewhere behind the clouds. That silver lining, so you can't stop it now when it's hiding. And you can't find it. That silver lining. That silver lining.
Welcome to Spring Commencement. Our ceremony will begin shortly. Concession stands will be open for those who wish to purchase beverages and light refreshments. If you need assistance for any matter during today's event, please see an event staff member or volunteer, and they will be happy to assist you. In the event of an emergency, please pay attention to additional announcements or see an event staff member for assistance. Congratulations to all of the graduates and their families.
Whoa, oh, oh. Whoa, oh, oh. Look, mama made it. I count my dollars before I sleep. Got no masters or PhD. Nobody knows me on Venice Beach. But look, mama made it. I'm setting sail, gotta find myself a beach, yeah. Take my time, I know one day I will reach it. I should get dressed, but I'm chilling in my PJs. No rush, or do I look like a speed train? I'm in the mood like the birds and the bees. Light like a feather, I'm floating free. beyond my wildest expectations. Too good, but it's true. I count my dollars before I sleep. Got no masters or PhD. Nobody knows me on Venice Beach. But look, mama, I made it. 'Cause I found heaven inside of me. Nothing else that I really need. No street named after me. But look, mama, I made it. Yeah. I've seen the news, the world could use some elevation. Has no one heard Stevie talking about meditation? Inner visions, transcendental states. They tried it out and when in doubt, it's always the player, not the game to blame. You heard the songs about living your best life, but it's time to flip the script. The pages ripped, need new tricks there. Get rid of all the confusion, don't buy into the illusion. When I think about it, I count my dollars before I sleep. Got no masters or PhD. Nobody knows me on Venice Beach. But look, mama, I made it. 'Cause I found heaven inside of me. Nothing else that I really need. No street named after me. But look, mama, I made it. Yeah. Look, mama, I made it. Look, mama, I made it. I count my dollars before I sleep. Got no masters or PhD. Nobody knows me on Venice Beach. Look, mama, I made it. 'Cause I found heaven inside of me. Nothing else that I really need. No street named after me. Look, mama, I made it.
Fabulous. Fabulous. Fabulous.
Goodness gracious, talk about elation. All new sensations for me, yeah. High vibrations on heavy rotation. All new temptations, I'm here for you. 'Cause I like the finer things in life, and you look so good on me. Everybody else can get in line, 'cause you're all I need, follow me, yeah. We ain't holding back, nah, nah. Play our favorite tune, la, la. We gon' make it last all night, yeah, yeah. I can't stop smiling, 'cause you are fabulous. Make me feel fabulous, yeah. Excitement is piling up, 'cause you are fabulous. Make me feel fabulous, yeah.
Fabulous.
Fabulous. No constellation, no hesitation. Here's my donation for sweet love. You're my salvation, heavenly levitation. No limitation, no ceilings. Let's fly. Tell me your every desire. No matter what, I'm gonna try. A little something that'll make you unwind. Be sublime on my mind. I like the finer things in life, and you look so good on me. Everybody else can get in line, 'cause you're all I need, follow me. Yeah, I can't stop smiling, 'cause you are fabulous. Make me feel fabulous, yeah. Excitement is piling up, 'cause you are fabulous. Make me feel fabulous, yeah.
Fabulous.
patience. On new temptations, I'm here for you. 'Cause I like the finer things in life, and you look so good on me. Everybody else can get in line, 'cause you're all I need, follow me, yeah. We ain't holding back now, now. Play our favorite tune, la la. We gon' make it last all night, yeah, yeah. I can't stop smiling, 'cause you are fabulous. Make me feel fabulous, yeah. Excitement is piling up, 'cause you are fabulous. Make me feel fabulous, yeah. Hey,
Fabulous.
hey,
Fabulous.
new constellation.
So I wanted to share a personal Michigan memory of mine. As a freshman, I was in Bursley Hall, and I was taking a shower, and there was a fire alarm going off, and I just heard the alarm blaring. Everyone started evacuating, and my friends, I was in the shower with my phone, of course, and they were texting me, "Rio, where are you? You have to get out." And I remember being really annoyed, because I was like, if I, being in the shower must be the safest place on earth if there was a fire, because I'm wet and naked, so why would there be a problem? And I left the shower, and then I Googled that fact, and of course I was wrong. You're not safe, even if you're in the shower room, if there's a fire. And my friends were trying to save me, so, that's when I knew this was home, that I felt the Michigan love in that moment. So I'm really glad that I made it.
Up next to entertain you is Gimbal Acapella. Founded in 1997, Gimbal hosts 3 concerts each year and can frequently be seen performing at their various events across campus and around the country during their annual spring tour. Take it away.
I keep on falling in out of love with you. Sometimes I love you, sometimes you make me blue. Sometimes I feel good, at times I feel used. Loving you, darling, makes me so confused. I keep on falling in and out of love with you. I never loved someone the way that I love you. I never felt this way. How do you give me so much pleasure?
question the love that was made. I'm not looking for just an affair. Want a love that is based on truth, not just dare. You'll not hurt my pride if right now you decide that you are not ready to settle down. But if you want my heart, then it's time that you start to act like you're mine in the light and the dark. If you love me, if you trust me, if you want me, if you need me, if you love me, if you trust me, if you want me, if you need me. You see, now I just speak louder than words do. So don't just say things that I already heard. Don't want your body without your soul. I don't want a love who will come here and go. You'll not hurt my pride if right now you decide that you are not ready to settle down. If you want my heart, then it's time that you start to act like you're mine in light and the dark. If you love me, if you trust me, if you want me, if you need me, if you need me, if you trust me, if you want me, yeah. Prove it. If you love me, if you want me, baby, I will do what you need to do. Yes, I prove it. Oh, baby, see it, baby. I wanna touch you, baby, and spread my love all around you, honey. And if you can, you gotta show it, baby. True love to share. Show it, oh baby. Prove it, oh. Say it, oh. Do it, oh. Prove it, oh. Say it, oh. Do it, oh. Do it.
Thank you so much, Gimbal Acapella Group. Y'all were incredible. Great job. Sounded great.
The university is so proud to be conferring honorary degrees upon 5 amazing individuals at today's ceremony. Please enjoy this video introduction of our honorees.
At the University of Michigan, we continue our tradition of celebrating excellence with our Spring 2024 honorary degrees. Originating from nominations by the community, the regents of the university confer honorary degrees upon those who embody the values and mission of the university, the transformative nature of our education, and the diversity of our community. Recipients serve the greater good of society with distinction and inspire the next generation of graduates. They truly represent the leaders and best. Neurosurgeon Alexa Kennedy is a leader in advancing neurological research and providing equitable health care. Dr. Kennedy earned her bachelor's and master's degrees from the University of Michigan, interned at Yale University, and completed her residency at the University of Minnesota. She centered her training on pediatric neurosurgery and became the nation's first African American woman to be board certified in neurosurgery. She spent the majority of her career at the Children's Hospital of Michigan in Detroit, serving as chief of pediatric surgery and eventually chairwoman of the hospital's board of trustees. Her patients were children, usually under the age of 10, who had life-threatening illnesses, head trauma, gunshot wounds, hydrocephalus, and other brain injuries and diseases. Along with 2 other physicians, she holds the patent for the invention of a programmable anti-siphon shunt to treat hydrocephalus. While practicing neurosurgery, she served as a professor at Wayne State University's medical school and became vice chair of its neurosurgery department. Throughout her career, she practiced patient-centered care and promoted equitable healthcare access in the face of racial disparities and childhood poverty. She enlisted charities and organized fundraisers to raise money for families without the means to pay for their children's care. A neurosurgeon of the highest order, she overcame gender and racial barriers in a male-dominated medical field and carved a path for herself and for countless other men and women of color. With deep admiration for her expert care of children and her singular efforts to open wide the doors of medicine, the University of Michigan is proud to present her with the honorary degree, Doctor of Science. Judith and Stanley Frankel are philanthropists of the highest order. For the past 30 years, they have seeded innovation and offered institutional leadership for the benefit of the University of Michigan, its students and scholars, and for the greater community. Mr. Frankel earned his bachelor's and master's degree at U of M, and Mrs. Frankel attended U of M before completing her undergraduate education at Wayne State University. Mr. Frankel leads a privately held commercial real estate development and management company, and Mrs. Frankel is a small business owner and entrepreneur. Their complementary professional expertise informs their charitable giving, and their support of the University of Michigan has touched all corners of the institution. Since 1995, they have sponsored the Global Projects course at the Ross School of Business, through which 1,500 students have tackled projects for companies around the world. They made possible the renovation and expansion of U of M's Detroit Observatory, transforming it into a universally accessible teaching center for future scientists, scholars, and citizens. Their funding of the Samuel and Jean Frankel Cardiovascular Center, named for Mr. Frankel's parents, has supported landmark medical studies and innovative approaches that have helped to save lives. Their generosity also created the Stanley and Judith Frankel Institute for Heart and Brain Health, which is dedicated to discovering the root causes for heart and brain disease and to developing new treatments. Their roles at this institution have not ended there, with support extending to the College of Literature, Science, and the Arts, the School of Music, Theater, and Dance, the Life Sciences Institute, the Jean and Samuel Frankel Center for Judaic Studies, and to Michigan Hillel, a student support organization. The Frankels have transformed student experiences, accelerated medical research, and created far-reaching, enduring opportunities across the University of Michigan. For their unwavering commitment to educational excellence, the University of Michigan is proud to present them both with the honorary degree, Doctor of Laws. Pulitzer Prize-winning writer and fashion editor Robin D. Givhan has written commentary on American politics, race, business, and the arts. A native of Detroit, she earned her bachelor's degree at Princeton and her master's at U of M before beginning her career at the Detroit Free Press as a music and nightlife reporter. Her reporting there expanded to include fashion, and since then, her work in fashion criticism has been a defining element of her career. She is senior critic at large for The Washington Post, where she has spent the majority of her career. and her work has also appeared in publications such as Harper's Bazaar, Vogue, Essence, New York Magazine, and The New Yorker. In 2006, she became the first fashion critic to win a Pulitzer Prize, receiving praise for work that has turned fashion criticism into cultural commentary. She has contributed to several books, and in 2015 released her first solo book, The Battle of Versailles, the night American fashion stumbled into the spotlight and made history, which is a cultural history of the 1973 Franco-American fashion design competition that elevated the trajectory of American fashion designers and models. With integrity, grace, and unyielding observation, Robin D. Givhan has redefined fashion as a fundamental communication tool and reliable entry point for discerning identity and values, particularly for elected officials and other leaders. Her readers recognize her as a truth teller and passionate advocate for inclusivity in all facets of industry and daily life. In recognition of her award-winning career, the University of Michigan is proud to present her with the honorary degree, Doctor of Laws. Award-winning author Brad Meltzer is a best-selling author across 5 genres and a lifelong champion for the teaching of history. He believes American history is shaped by ordinary people doing extraordinary things, and he has devoted his life to telling their stories. His 13 novels, historically informed legal and political thrillers, have all been bestsellers. His comic book, Justice League of America, won the Will Eisner Comic Industry Award. He has written 38 children's books, including 33 in his acclaimed kids' book series, Ordinary People Change the World. Each book introduces children to a real-life hero and explores the hurdles they faced, including issues of identity and culture not often found in children's literature. With more than 7 million copies in print, it's considered a staple for teaching history to this young age group, and was adapted into a 4-time Emmy Award-nominated TV program, Xavier Riddle and the Secret Museum. On his History Channel show, Lost History, he tracked down lost artifacts of American history, including the missing 9/11 flag raised by firefighters at Ground Zero. His charitable and volunteer activities extend his passion for the teaching of history. He is a board member of the National Archives Foundation and National Medal of Honor Museum Foundation, an ambassador for the Women's Suffrage National Monument Foundation, and with his wife, the co-founder of City Year Miami, a branch of the National Leadership Organization, which helps to fund full-time mentors in Miami's high-need schools. For his authorship, activism, and championing of American history, the University of Michigan is proud to present him with the honorary degree, Doctor of Laws. The University of Michigan salutes our 2024 Spring Commencement Honorary Degree recipients. We applaud and honor them as outstanding role models for our graduates.
This is truly an inspirational group of honorary degree recipients. Congratulations again to all of the honorees.
We came to Michigan in the depths of COVID with all the uncertainty that brings. For some of us, we took classes entirely on Zoom, making friends in a quintessentially Gen Z digital space. For others, we came to a campus that looked a bit like a ghost town, isolating in small bubbles and getting to go food from the dining hall. We got creative. I remember taking a movement class, doing all sorts of rolls and stretches from my tiny Bursley dorm room as my poor roommate was trying to concentrate on her 9 a.m. lecture. But despite the setbacks, we found ways to build community and make our campus bloom again. Live performances, club meetings, community engagement, a national championship win, these are all a testament to our resilience. Here's to making the best of these 4 years and getting the graduation we deserve.
This is the University of Michigan, where we respect integrity and honor excellence. We are loyal Wolverines, standing for Midwestern values, hard work, determination, and an enthusiasm unknown to mankind. We are the best university in the world. Students and athletes and professors achieving at the highest level. You better believe it. This is our legacy and our future.
On the spine, this is it, Tony Hawk, I'm getting on my grind. It's all in the mind, I don't even need a sign. Come back, get applying pressure from behind. I ain't got no enemies, turn them all to allies. Face painted, no cat eye, ship never been capsized. My rationale different cause I made it. No street sweeper, I just gallop off the pavement. Money Mayweather, yo, I came in trying to be the greatest. Not the only, but the latest. Had to keep it like the cadence, if the planet needed saving. I'll be in the conversation, it's amazing how the plan come together like a compilation. If they counting on me, then I hate to keep them waiting. Let's go. Our backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. Let's go. Yo, the crown feel heavy when you wear it. I don't do it for acknowledgement, I guess it's just a merit. They still trying to copy me, they voices like a parrot. Staying on my shoulders and I bear it like yoga. The numbers adding up, this is calculus. Old school, so they stay counting on me like an abacus. Name is the stone, but acting like I'm not established. Miss me when I'm gone on the throne where I have to sit. Lonely like Akon, acting like I'm A1. Wishing that your neighbors knew your name like Trey Songz. You niggas can't stay strong. Keep coming back for more, they thinking that I'm Jason. You messing with the great one. name. Is it for the fame and glory, past your limits, or you finished with the story? I wanna know what inspires you. Are your eyes filled with courage when you're challenged? Will you shine and be discouraged? I'm asking what inspires you. Can you lead and be a savior? Will you free us when you introduce the failure? I'm asking what inspires you. Go away to bad behavior, cause that thinking when I do you any favors. Yeah. I'm backs to the wall, but they can't know me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. I'm backs to the wall, but they can't know me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need.
Oh no. Check, check, 1, 2. Here we go. So, now that it's my last day as a Michigan student, I've been reminiscing a lot about my first day. So, Amelia, what was your first day like?
Ooh, I remember going to the Bursley Dining Hall,
Me too,
getting my
yeah.
2 bowls of Cheerios, eating
Good.
it in my dorm room. I
Good.
put on a nice shirt, but kept my pajama pants on, and then went to Zoom class.
Good for you.
What about you?
So yeah, I am from Japan, and I remember the first day that I arrived, that was the first time I ate Sour Patch Kids, and that's when I knew I wanted to stay in this country. So thank you for that. It's an incredible time.
It's wild to think back on
Wild.
these
Oh, yeah.
memories. If you have Michigan memories you want to share, be sure to hashtag #MGoGrad on Twitter and Instagram, and you might see your post on the big screen.
Now, here to entertain you is Groove, a comedic, high-energy, non-traditional percussion and performance group. Groove uses both traditional and non-traditional instruments like garbage cans, brooms, and toothbrushes, to name just a few, to create a unique blend of music and choreography that entertains on the stage and street. So, take it away, Groove. Groove. Thank you so much, Groove. Y'all sounded fantastic. I mean, the talent we have on this campus is phenomenal.
No kidding. I mean, in classrooms, on the stage, in labs, and on the field, it's been an incredible year for the Wolverines. Any event at the big house is an enormous undertaking and takes many helping hands.
We would like to take a moment to recognize the 100+ volunteers from around the university who are giving their time and talents this morning to create an excellent experience for all of our graduates and guests. So let's all give them a hand, please. Thank you so much.
Thanks also to our outstanding faculty members acting as marshals for today's ceremony.
Well, it looks like that's all we got for you this morning. The ceremony will be starting in just a few minutes, and we better take our seats with the rest of our class.
Before we head out, we have a few brief housekeeping announcements. Following the ceremony, shuttle buses will pick up in lot SC7, the same location where they dropped you off prior to the ceremony. Also, please try to save your photo opportunities with your graduate until after exiting the stadium. Otherwise, the concourse gets really, really crowded.
Finally, we'd just like to give a big thanks to the terrific acts that performed this morning. It's always an honor to share the Michigan stage with such talented peers.
Signing off, I'm Amelia Vizzacaro.
And I'm Ryo Kamibayashi. Congratulations to the graduating class of 2024! Go Blue! Woo!
We got the power to feel like this forever. In this moment, let your dreams begin. The wait is over. It all comes down to this. We know we got so much more to give. We got the power to feel like this forever. Take a look outside your window today. Now the world is awake. It is time to escape somewhere. The sun is shining, what a beautiful day. Need to go out and play. Everything will be more than okay. Times change.
Good morning, graduates. Our ceremony will begin shortly. Please take your seats on the field and fill in any gaps in seating to ensure all graduates are able to sit on the field. Thank you for your cooperation and congratulations.
Everything's gonna be alright. The sun is shining, there's not a cloud in the sky. It's gonna be a good day. Rise to shine, it is a beautiful day. Brush those cobwebs away. Go do things your own way this time. Don't you worry, things will work out okay. It is never too late. It's the start of a brand new day. A new adventure, what a time to be free. Paint a picture, this is what it would mean to everyone. Oh, oh, got a feeling everything's gonna be alright. The sun is shining, there's not a cloud in the sky. It's gonna be a good day. It's gonna be a good day today. It's gonna
Good morning, graduates. Our ceremony will begin shortly. Please take your seats on the field and fill in any gaps in seating to ensure all graduates are able to sit on the field. Thank you for your cooperation and congratulations.
My whole team ready. Big dreams, big rings, we want it. You won't forget it. We came to handle business. My whole team ready. Big dreams, big rings, we want it. You won't forget it. We came to handle business. My whole team ready. Big dreams, big rings, we want it. You won't forget it. We came to handle business. My whole team ready. Big dreams, big rings, we want it. You won't forget it. We came to handle business. My whole team ready. Big dreams, big rings, we want it. You won't forget it. We came to handle business. My whole team ready. Big dreams, big rings, we want it. You won't forget it. We came to handle business. My whole team ready. Big dreams, big rings, we want it. You won't forget it. We came to handle business. 한 잔에 어서 춤을 춰 모여서 오늘도 내도 나나나나나나나나나나나나나 right now party tonight.
Welcome to Spring Commencement. Our ceremony will begin shortly. Concession stands will be open for those who wish to purchase beverages and light refreshments. If you need assistance for any matter during today's event, please see an event staff member or volunteer, and they will be happy to assist you. In the event of an emergency, please pay attention to additional announcements or see an event staff member for assistance. Congratulations to all of the graduates and their families.
Congratulations.
Hongera.
축하드립니다.
Congratulazioni. Félicitations.
Parabéns.
Malo Tawivi, malo final.
祝贺.
Felicitaciones.
Mazal tov.
Selamat.
Поздравляю. Badhaiho.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch.
Feels geluk.
Mabruk.
おめでとうございます。
It's alright, gonna have a good time. 달라도 낮아도 계속 원하네, yeah. Let's go dancing, let's make fire. 놀아도 지겹지가 않죠. 어디 갈래? Let's go, let's play. 한 잔에 어서 춤을 춰 모여서 오늘도 내도 나나나나나나나나나나나나 right now party tonight.
Good morning, graduates. Our ceremony will begin shortly. Please take your seats on the field and fill in any gaps in seating to ensure all graduates are able to sit on the field. Thank you for your cooperation and congratulations.
And I put that on my own name. Couldn't get this way with no pain.
Good morning, graduates. Our ceremony will begin shortly. Please take your seats on the field and fill in any gaps in seating to ensure all graduates are able to sit on the field. Thank you for your cooperation and congratulations.
I keep faking, say I got it going on. I keep taking, I'm wondering why it goes wrong. Say we break it, well I end up where I belong. From that basement to lights with our names on. And our breaks get taken on the run. And our fates are not where we came from. And I shout like I don't need my lungs. I keep faking. I keep faking. Our brains get taken on the run, and our fates are not where we came from. And I shout like I don't need my lungs. There's a fire in my chest, you know, burning hotter than I've ever known. It's fast, feeling high and low, so I keep moving, I gotta go. Hey, going, going, going. I keep moving, I gotta go. Hey, going, going, going. I keep faking and say I got it going on. I keep taking and wondering why it goes wrong. Say we break it, well I end up where I belong. From the basement to lights with our name on. Our brains get taken on the run, and our fates are not where we came from. And I shout like I don't need my lungs. There's a fire in my chest, you know, burning hotter than I've ever known. It's fast, feeling high and low, so I keep moving, I gotta go. Going, going, going. Yeah, I keep moving, I gotta go. Hey, going, going, going. Our brains get taken on the run, and our fates are not where we came from. And I shout like I don't need my lungs. And I keep moving, I gotta go.
Good morning, graduates. Our ceremony will begin shortly. Please take your seats on the field and fill in any gaps in seating to ensure all graduates are able to sit on the field. Thank you for your cooperation and congratulations.
Good morning, graduates, families, and esteemed guests. My name is Christina Gerard, and I am from Grosse Pointe, Michigan. I'm a rising senior studying biology, health, and society, and I am the upcoming president of the Women's Glee Club. Founded in 1893, the Women's Glee Club is an organization comprised of mostly non-music majors who have a passion for choral music. Along with the Men's Glee Club, we are delighted to share our passion for music with you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Riley Buckley, and I'm from Southlake, Texas. Today, I'm graduating with a bachelor's degree in film, television, and media, and in communication and media. I'm also the proud president of the Men's Glee Club. We are the second oldest collegiate chorus in the United States, and I've had the honor of singing with the club for 4 years. On behalf of the graduates, we welcome you to spring commencement. At this time, please rise if you are able for the singing of our national anthem.
Good morning. I'm Lori McCauley, Provost and Executive Vice President for Academic Affairs. It's truly a pleasure to welcome you to this morning's commencement ceremony. Please join me in thanking the Women's and Men's Glee Clubs for their lovely rendition of the Star Spangled Banner. As we begin, I want to recognize an important part of our history, a land transfer from the indigenous people of this area. The University of Michigan is located on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe people. In 1817, the Ojibwe, Odawa, and Potawatomi nations made the largest single land transfer to the University of Michigan. This was offered ceremonially through the treaty at the foot of the rapids so their children could be educated. Through these words of acknowledgement, their contemporary ancestral ties to the land and their contributions to the university are renewed and reaffirmed. Graduates, it's an honor to be here with you and celebrate all you have achieved. To the indomitable class of 2024, you did it! Congratulations! To all of the family, friends, mentors, mentors and faculty who have contributed immeasurably to the success of today's graduates, thank you. Your support and wisdom are an essential part of this most important day. In May of 1899, right here in Ann Arbor, a crowd first heard a phrase that would come to define our university. Drawing their power in part from what John Philip Sousa called the best college march ever written, the words have become an aspiration, a promise, and a daring credo. Leaders and best. We talk about being the leaders and best because we are bold and aspirational. Some interpret this to be the leaders who do their best. We also remember that the phrase leaders and best is part of a fight song. It's a rallying cry. And of course, it strikes fear in the hearts of our competitors on the field, especially this year. Graduates, as you earn your degrees and go into the world, whether that means further study or a career, we know that you will keep this truth close. The goal outside of competition is not to be better than others, but to be our best selves. Given what you've already accomplished, you are well on your way. You've lived through a pandemic at the outset of your academic journey. You not only completed a rigorous academic program while living through a science fiction thriller, you did so with grace and creativity. You designed new ways to perform music together while separated by distance. You created new ways to display your research and accomplishments. And you found new ways to make friends and build communities that outlasted the pandemic. You have already demonstrated the leadership, strength of character, and determination to be here today. Leadership is not an identity, it is an action, and it takes continuous practice. For the last few years, you've practiced and worked hard to become your best self. And in doing so, you join a global community of leaders united under the banner of the Maize and Blue. The next time you hear the fight song and those immortal words, I hope you feel a profound sense of pride. And with it, a calling to keep at the work of being your best. As you take your place among the family of U of M alumni, go forth with the knowledge that you are ready for any challenge. And wherever you go, forever go blue. Congratulations, graduates. I also want to extend deep appreciation to the faculty members serving as marshals at our ceremony today and the many, many staff throughout the stadium helping us with our ceremonies. And now it is my pleasure to introduce the Honorable Carlos Del Toro, the 78th Secretary of the Navy.
Good morning, Michigan. Can't tell you how wonderful it looks from here. I'm sure it looks even better from down there. How about another hand of applause for our soon-to-be graduates? Ladies and gentlemen, I am truly honored to join you today to commission these young men and women into our armed forces. Before I administer the oath, I want to take a brief moment to talk about service. Service to our country is a fundamental aspect of our democracy, and it is deeply ingrained in this world-class university. Indeed, it was here on the steps of the Michigan Union that John F. Kennedy challenged Michigan students to give a few years of their lives to promote understanding between America and the world. Within weeks, more than 1,000 Wolverines had signed a petition calling for the establishment of what would soon become the Peace Corps. How extraordinary is that? Today, we are honoring a new generation of intrepid Michigan graduates who have made the choice to serve our country in uniform. They join a proud Wolverine legacy that includes Lieutenant Commander Gerald Ford, who helped serve his ship from sinking during World War II. By their commitment today, these young Americans inspire all of us to rededicate ourselves to our nation's service in all forms. Here in Michigan, I think of the innovators, the hardworking people who build our ships, our trucks, and all the equipment that will protect these young people as they go forward into harm's way. Michigan is the industrial heartland of America. You are the arsenal of democracy. And it is indeed these young men and women who will protect the freedoms that we so cherish as Americans in our Constitution of the United States, which includes the right to protest peacefully. The communities of this great state play an indispensable role in our nation's security, a role that I am committed to growing in the years to come. I also think of the educators here today, including Dr. Monica Deuce, whom I am incredibly proud to have on my staff as my White House Fellow, and Don Winter, the 74th Secretary of the Navy. I think of the graduates this school's Naval Architecture program who design our Navy warships. They too have chosen a life of service supporting the young Americans in uniform I am proud to commission today. Service is not an obligation. Service Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. If you could please draw your attention back to the podium. I am extremely proud as a Cuban American who came to this country as an immigrant and who also chose to serve for 26 years in uniform to again protect the liberties of all Americans to protest peacefully in this country. Because you see, it's a privilege, a chance to be part of something greater than ourselves and to uphold the values that define us as a nation, values embodied in the oath to which you are about to bear witness. Every sailor, Marine, soldier, airman, guardian, and Coast Guard man and woman raises their right hand and swears to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. We make a sacred promise to uphold our founding principles. I have had the privilege of swearing that oath 7 times over the past 44 years, starting with my own induction into the Naval Academy in 1979. To our veterans and current members of the armed services who have bravely raised your right hand and answered the call to serve, please stand and be recognized if you are able to do so. Thank you for your service and for the service of your families. And so it is with great honor to be here with you today to administer the oath of office to our graduating cadets and midshipmen. Cadets and midshipmen, please rise. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. That I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office of which what I'm about to enter. So help me God. Congratulations to the first, second lieutenants and ensigns in the United States military. I have every confidence that you'll do us proud, leading our sailors, Marines, soldiers, and airmen to success. Fair winds following seas, and go blue!
Sarah Hubbard, Chair, Board of Regents.
By the authority of the state of Michigan vested in the Board of Regents, we shall now confer degrees honoris causa, which have been recommended by the faculties. Fellow members of the Board of Regents will present the honorary degree recipients. I have the honor to present Alexa Kennedy to receive an honorary degree. Come on up, Dr. Kennedy. Dr. Kennedy, you're a neurosurgeon of the highest order and the embodiment of perseverance and resilience. With brilliance and hard work, you overcame gender and racial barriers in a male-dominated medical field, carving a path for yourself and countless other women and men of color. With deep admiration for your expert care of children in need and your singular efforts to open wide the doors of medicine, the University of Michigan is proud to present you with the honorary degree, Doctor of Science. By the authority of the state of Michigan, vested in the Board of Regents, I now confer upon you, Alexa Kennedy, the degree, Doctor of Science, and admit you to all its rights and honors and privileges.
Thank you to President Ono and the Board of Regents for this great honor. Congratulations to today's real stars, the class of 2024. The University of Michigan provides an opportunity to explore many sides of yourself. I was a debater, a writer at the Michigan Daily, a member of Delta Sigma Theta sorority, and a great intramural championship team, the Purple People Eaters. Remember as you leave here to continue developing the different sides of yourself and not be confined to just one box early in your career. Thank you very much.
Regent Michael J. Beam.
I have the honor to present Judith and Stanley Frankel to receive honorary degrees. Mr. and Mrs. Frankel are not able to join us in person, but we are thrilled to honor them today. Mr. and Mrs. Frankel have transformed student experiences, accelerated medical research, and created far-reaching, enduring opportunities at the University of Michigan. Their generous actions have advanced this institution's mission to develop leaders and citizens who will challenge the present and enrich the future. They have done this with a humility that is rarely seen and deeply respected. In gratitude for their unwavering commitment to educational excellence, the University of Michigan is proud to present the Frankels with the honorary degree, Doctor of Laws. By the authority of the state of Michigan, vested in the Board of Regents, I now confer upon Judith Frankel and Stanley Frankel the degrees Doctors of Law and admit them to all its rights, honors, and privileges. Thank you.
Regent Catherine E. White.
I have the honor to present Robin D. Gavon to receive an honorary degree. Robin D. Gavon, with integrity and grace and unyielding observation, you have redefined fashion as a fundamental communication tool and reliable entry point for discerning identity and values, particularly for elected officials and other leaders. Your readers know you as a truth teller and passionate advocate for inclusivity in all facets of industry and daily life. In recognition for your Pulitzer Prize-winning career, the University of Michigan is so proud to present to you the honorary degree, Doctor of Laws. By the authority of the state of Michigan, vested in the Board of Regents, I now confer upon you, Robin D. Gavon, the degree, Doctor of Laws, and admit you to all rights, honors, and privileges. Congratulations.
Thank you to the Board of Regents and to President Ono. This is a tremendous honor, and it inspires me to keep reaching higher. And congratulations to the class of 2024. I wish you a future full of joy and fulfillment. I also wish you patience and resilience. Success won't always come at the time and in the manner you expect. So keep an open mind to all the possibilities, forge your own path, and be willing to change course. And remember to be kind to those you meet along the way.
Regent Mark J. Bernstein.
I have the honor to present my dear friend Brad Meltzer to receive an honorary degree. Brad Meltzer, you see history as a living, breathing force for good, and you spread that perspective, thank goodness, to readers and viewers nationwide. Through your widely popular books and your activism, you teach and inspire children and adults alike, exposing all of us to ordinary individuals who bravely and selflessly shaped this country. In appreciation for your championing of American history and your alma mater, the University of Michigan is so proud to present you with the honorary degree, Doctor of Laws. And I want to say, more importantly, Brad, that you are a total mensch, thoughtful, ethical, decent, and kind. So, By the authority of the state of Michigan vested in the Board of Regents, I now confer upon you, Brad Meltzer, the degree Doctor of Laws, and admit you to all of its rights, honors, and privileges. Mazel tov.
Class of 2024, you look magnificent today. I am honored to stand before you and celebrate our great achievements. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Oluwami Dosumo Ogumbi, or just Wami. I am a roboticist, an engineer, and most recently, I have become a historical figure. I am the first Black woman to get a PhD in robotics at the University of Michigan. From James Earl Jones to Kyla McMullen, Prince Quavor, and Eva Mungai, we are joining the ranks of the leaders and best. We stand among giants. Many of you will agree, getting here took a lot of work. Some of you have felt the challenge of navigating often inaccessible spaces with physical disabilities. Some of you have had to navigate the unfamiliar world of higher education as the first in your family to complete a college degree. Some of you have felt the burden of representing your entire race, gender, or sexual or romantic identity in spaces. As a child, I remember thinking about the adult I would become. I felt small and powerless in those young years. And yet, somehow, I had a defiant confidence that one day I would grow into a giant and powerful adult. It was a certainty rooted in a fundamentally raw human urge to be great. I had the potential of greatness in me. I just needed the proper support. I found that support here at Michigan. The College of Engineering faculty were my first cheerleaders. They recruited me at the National Society of Black Engineers annual conference. Student organizations cultivated my leadership skills as I navigated the precarious waters of keeping organizations afloat during the COVID-19 pandemic. Funding opportunities, such as the Rackham Emergency Grant, helped me during hardship. And most profoundly, I am deeply grateful to the robotics department and my faculty mentors who embody their motto, robotics with respect. They supported and believed in me throughout my academic journey. Now, consider for a moment who supported you. Who were the giants in your life who shaped them? A teacher, a family member, friend, or role model. Though our specific struggles may have been different, we are united in overcoming our challenges. We had the grit, the motivation, the support to be our best selves. Class of 2024, we are earning our degrees. We have become giants. We are now leaders and best of the University of Michigan. As we graduate today, we must honor those who supported us. We do this by embracing their influence to create a better future for those already here and those yet to come. Let us go into the world with our heads held high. Let us go into the world and inspire future generations. Let us go into the world and make a difference, the Michigan difference. Thank you. Congratulations, class of 2024. May the 4th be with you and forever. Go Blue. It is my honor to introduce Brad Meltzer, our commencement speaker. Mr. Meltzer is an award-winning, best-selling author of fiction, nonfiction, advice, children's books, and comic books. A first-generation college student, he graduated from the University of Michigan in 1992 with a Bachelor of Arts degree in history. His love of history has shaped his life's work. He has written 13 best-selling novels, 38 children's books, and a 4-time Emmy Award-nominated TV show with 28 million viewers, among many other projects. Mr. Meltzer, welcome back to the University of Michigan.
I stand here today as a proud Michigan alumnus, but also as an even prouder parent of one of the graduates. And when I told my son Jonas that I would be today's graduation speaker, his reaction was probably the same as many of yours. And this is a direct quote what my son actually said. You, not Tom Brady? There's so many people they can pick. And he goes on, it's like a 13th seed winning March Madness. So first, thank you to the people who believe in the 13th seed, President Ono and the Regents, including Mark Bernstein, my Michigan classmate and friend, distinguished faculty, guests, and staff. Special love to all the families and friends, including my own, who came here to celebrate the reason we are all here today, the class of 2024. From the start, it hasn't been easy for you. You were born just before or in the aftermath of 9/11. All of us worrying about the world that lay ahead of you. 19 years later, COVID hit, taking millions of lives and turning your first years here upside down. It didn't stop you. For so many, this is your first proper graduation since middle school. You know how long we've all been waiting for this day. We all have past versions of ourselves, all of us here, including me. At 22 years old, I was graduating from Michigan. I remember sitting right there. I'll never forget that it was the year that football star Desmond Howard won the Heisman Trophy. And mid-speech, the graduation speaker called Desmond Howard's name, and he stood up and in full cap and gown did the Heisman pose. I remember thinking, I love being part of Michigan and seeing that excellence from one of my classmates. And as I look at the journey, 22-year-old me up there to 54-year-old me standing here, it defies all logic. There are many things that science and math can explain. When someone offers you a breath mint, take it. Learn the Uber driver's name. If you're nice to me and a jerk to the waiter, you're a jerk. But some things are unexplainable. They're just magic. As a writer, that's my job, making things appear out of thin air. So that's what I'd like to discuss today, how to make magic. Of course, that sounds absurd. Real magic doesn't exist. But when you ask professional magicians, they'll tell you there are actually only 4 types of magic tricks. That's it. Put aside illusions and escapes. There's just 4 types of tricks. 1, you make something appear. 2, you make something disappear. 3, you take 2 things and switch places. And number 4, you change one thing into something else. So, the first way for you to make magic, you make something appear. And what you need to make appear is you. I'm not talking about showing up, but making the best version of you appear. We're all chameleons. We act one way with our parents, another way with our friends. But as the writer Tim Urban explains, underneath all those outer yous is an inner you. That's who you really are down deep. The ultimate version of you. The one where you feel the most confident and secure, where you're fully present and focused. That version only comes out with people you're comfortable with and who appreciate the real you and love you for it. When I graduated Michigan, my first job was in Boston with a boss who said he'd be my mentor. And I was so excited. But the week I got to Boston, my boss left the job. I thought my life was ruined. So that night, in some rundown sports bar, I told my girlfriend, I know what I'm gonna do with this year, what all of us would do in a moment where we think our lives are ruined. I said, I'm gonna write a novel. And my girlfriend had the best reaction of all. She didn't laugh. She told me, go write that novel. She believed in that version of me. That girlfriend gave me lift. When I finally wrote that book, I got 24 rejection letters. There were only 20 publishers at the time, and I got 24 rejection letters. That means some people were writing me twice to make sure I got the point. But I said, if they don't like that book, I'll write another. And if they don't like that book, I'll write another. I realized I wanted to be a novelist. And my girlfriend, she didn't laugh at that either. That next book did get published. I owe her forever for that lift she gave me. Why do you think I married her? She's here in the stadium, the mother of my graduate. And can we hear it for every strong mother, father, grandparents, whoever it is who helped raise you, whether they're here today or not, let it hear it for them in the big house. Something happened when I got that unconditional support. Professor Jane Dutton calls it a reflected best self-portrait. When someone you trust sees your potential and says they believe you can be that person, it opens up a path and inspires you to become that version of yourself. That's why the friends you're sitting next to right now matter. Hold tight to them. Their love and trust are key ingredients, because when you leave here, your mission is to make the best version of you appear, and then watch. Surprise yourself. Build something that can't be ignored. We'll be the ones cheering. Which leads to the second way to make magic. You make something disappear. And it's tempting to say that you should make fear disappear. But let me challenge that. In high school, I had a job scooping ice cream at the Haagen-Dazs in the Aventura Mall. And one day this woman came up and she started snapping her fingers at me. "You need to serve me," she barked. And I said, "Ma'am, I'll be right with you." And now she says, and we go back and forth. And eventually I say to her, "You know what, ma'am, you're being rude. I'm not serving you." "You better serve me," she yelled. And when I refused, she screamed in my face, "You're going to be working in this miserable ice cream store for the rest of your miserable life." And I calmly told her, "Ma'am, if I am working here for the rest of my miserable life, you're still never getting any ice cream." And for decades, I used to tell that story laughing, saying it never even bothered me. But I need to admit here, it did bother me. It terrified me. My dad struggled financially his whole life, and it made me feel like my life would be filled with that same financial struggle. But I now also realize that fear this woman brought out in me, it fueled me. It drove me. It's the same thing our football team did this year. How do you think Michigan versus everybody worked? That feeling when we lost our coach, everyone telling us we were done and finished. God, did it feel good to fight back, to beat Penn State, beat Ohio State for the third time, go to the Rose Bowl, right? Go to the Rose Bowl, and come on, you know what's coming. Winning the national championship your senior year. So yes, make your fear disappear, but not because fear is bad. Use your fear, harness it, let them underestimate you. In the end, don't vanquish your critics, prove them wrong. Which leads me to the third way to make magic. You make two things change places with each other. And here, let's talk about empathy. That's what empathy is, switching places with someone else and putting yourself in their shoes. When I was 13 years old, my dad lost his job. He barely had any savings, and we had no place to live. So my parents moved us from Brooklyn, New York to Miami, Florida, where my grandparents lived, so we could stay with them until we got back on our feet. And for months, 6 of us, my mom, dad, sister, myself, plus 2 grandparents, lived in a tiny 1-bedroom apartment. And since it was Florida, all the condo commandos complained that we couldn't have that many people in such a small space. And then one day, the neighbor across the hall told my grandmother that she'd leave her own apartment and give it to my grandparents so we could use it, so my family could have some space and comfort and not have to worry about those who wanted to evict us. I remember her name as Mercy, which as a kid, I always heard as mercy. Make no mistake, mercy and empathy is what she showed us. Today, cruelty and venom, harshly judging those we disagree with, it's become sport in our culture. But cruelty and venom aren't proof of strength. They're signs of weakness and petty insecurity. What takes strength is switching places and putting yourself in someone else's shoes. And it's not easy, right? It's not easy. In fact, studies show that when we get too much bad news, our brains get overwhelmed. That's why we change the channel, we swipe to a new app, and shut down. Do not shut down. We need you. If you shut down, we're in trouble. Today in the stands, there are families experiencing divorce and financial hardship. Some of your fellow students are fighting cancer. 2 are getting posthumous degrees today since they passed away. And many have buried parents and grandparents during their time at Michigan. Every family in this stadium has someone who they wish could be here today. I wish my parents were alive to see my kids today, to see that we're okay. As you go through life, every person you encounter is battling something you can't see. The solution is switching places and feeling empathy. As the saying goes, one day someone is going to hug you so tight that all of your broken pieces will fit back together. The world needs more empathy, more humility, and certainly more decency. If you really want to shock the world, unleash your kindness. That's a completely naive idea, but it's an idea worth fighting for. Now, we talked about the magic of making something appear, making something disappear, and making two things switch places, which leaves us with the final way to make magic, changing one thing into something else. The hardest trick of all, transformation. Who you are today isn't the person you'll be in the future. Graduation may feel like a finale, but it's not an endpoint. So let me just say it. Never stop changing. When I was little, my favorite thing in the amusement park was the Hall of Mirrors. Some people love watching little kids crash into the glass. I loved it because I had hair back then, and it was glorious. But what I really loved about the Hall of Mirrors was how you could turn your head just slightly, and all those versions of you would appear, all the possibilities. As we get older, it's human nature to see just one version, to get locked into ways of thinking about the world, about your life path, about who you are. But as a friend recently told me, when you write things in stone, everything becomes hard and brittle and starts collecting dust. As you leave Michigan, write in pencil and be unafraid to use the eraser. The person who thinks they're the smartest in the room, I promise you, is not the smartest in the room. That's just the one with the most fragile ego. The most sophisticated and intelligent people I know are the ones willing to challenge their thinking and admit there's more to learn. Life will absolutely not be what you think it will be. It will be hard and wonderful and messy and rewarding with more versions of you than you think possible. The only immutable fact is you should never be immutable. Keep transforming, learning, and never think you know it all. Instead, see yourself in the Hall of Mirrors, endless possibilities. Now you know the 4 ways to make magic. You make the best version of you appear. Make your fear disappear and harness it. Switch places to find empathy, and never stop transforming. So let me reveal the final step, what all 4 tricks have in common. They take effort. They take you. Things don't just appear or disappear by themselves. Making magic, figuring out who you are, takes work, time, and intentionality. As writer Simon Sinek reminded me, that's how magic is. Full commitment to the bit or it all falls apart. So many people sacrifice to get you here today, but that love is not left in the stadium. Wherever you go, the best part is Michigan never leaves you. We even have our own abracadabra magic word. You'll see. You'll be in an airport, and you'll spot that block M on someone, and you'll whisper it without even thinking. The magic words, "Go blue." And that person will nod, and you'll instantly be transported back to this place like magic. And you'll make plans and come back with your friends, all of you wearing your own block M's, opening your shirts to show them off like Superman's big red S. And then maybe one day, you'll come back proudly to watch your child, like we're watching all of you, the unstoppable class of 2024 become Michigan graduates. And that's the best trick of all. You graduate in the University of Michigan, you already won. That's it, you won. Like I said, there are past versions of all of us, and the only thing I know for sure is if that past version of you could see you now, they would look at you in awe. As for that past version of me, I see myself at 22, sitting in my own cap and gown, watching Desmond Howard do his pose as the graduates cheer. And it reminds me that magic is never for yourself. It's a gift you give other people. And that's the real reveal. In our time together, I've used magic as metaphor. But real magic, the most powerful magic, that comes from making memories. Memories that endure like cherished friendships. Memories so powerful that even though they happened years ago, you can feel them now, see them now, conjured out of thin air. That's the thing about time and memory. They're slippery, which is why the best magicians always have a final trick up their sleeve. Sometimes magic is hiding right in front of you the entire time. Class of 2024, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome my friend, Desmond Howard. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. If you want to be the best magician, you got to top your last trick. Class of 2024, it's your turn now. Welcome your national champions, Blake Corbin and JJ McCarthy! Treasure your memories here. And don't ever forget, the only people who see magic are the ones who look for it. Jonas, Lila, Theo, you know how much I love being your dad. Class of 2024, show them what you got. Make magic. Go Blue.
Michigan Wolverine. That's a tough act to follow. Hello, fellow graduates, family and friends, Michigan faculty, staff, and administrators. My name is Adeline May Tumalo. I'm graduating today with a Bachelor of Science degree in Biomolecular Science. It's an honor to share my Michigan experience with you. When I was 10, I didn't place into advanced math. When I was 16, I bombed my first SAT. When I was 19, I failed the third exam of organic chemistry 2. The times I've failed, cried, panicked, even questioned my academic path are plentiful. In my younger days, each failure felt like an assault to my character, like all of my work had been for naught, like my identity was on the line. For most of my life, my identity has been synonymous with my academic achievements. We high achievers aren't supposed to fail, or at least not very often. As I progressed through high school, this feeling continued. I refused to accept failure, academic or otherwise. I was afraid of what my failures said about my character, or what other people would think about my character in light of my failures. Me as a person and me as a student were one and the same. But when I got to Michigan, everything changed. I was forced to reevaluate who I was. For the first time in my life, I had to take a step back and ask, who am I without my academic achievements? Because for the first time in my life, I wasn't achieving. In fact, I was struggling. Every day, I questioned whether I could succeed as a pre-med student. It was a stunning and disorienting experience. Who was I if I wasn't an academic overachiever? My answer came from the place I least expected. It came from my failure. Through my failures, the University of Michigan taught me the true meaning of resilience and determination. I remember after receiving my grade for that third exam of Organic Chem 2, someone telling me, "You won't remember that test 30 years from now." But the University of Michigan taught me that I would. Michigan taught me that the problem with this statement is that we do remember our failures. We remember because our failures are what define our next steps, and they're what define our resilience. It's not about failing that third exam of organic chemistry. It's about what you make of failure, how you pick yourself back up, and how you choose to make it part of your success story. We're the leaders and best, not because we don't fail, because we know it's failure that instills in us the resilience needed for success. It's our success that brings us here today as the leaders and best class of 2024. Thank you, and go blue. Now, I'm proud to introduce Dr. Ann Curzan, Dean of the College of Literature, Science, and the Arts. Thank you, Dean Curzan, for your amazing leadership.
To the class of 2024, on behalf of the faculty of the College of Literature, Science, and the Arts, congratulations on reaching this extraordinary milestone. It has been an honor to work with you. And thank you to the leaders on the stage and to the family and friends who have come here from near and far for the support that you have given today's graduates. At my own graduation, which is now many years ago, what do I wish someone had said to me? I wish someone had reassured me that my life would make much more sense in retrospect. It would make a much more coherent story than it did as I was living through it, with all the messiness and uncertainty of living a life. So that's what I'm saying to you, class of 2024. You can't fully know or tell your story until later, and then it will sound so much less messy and so much more certain. Now I can tell my story with a clear through line for how I became a professor and then a dean. But when I was sitting where you are now, I felt panicky that everyone had a better life plan than I did because, well, they seemed to have a life plan, and I didn't have a life plan. Now, I had no idea what I was going to do. I knew that for the next 2 years, I would go teach in central China, but I didn't know what would come after that. Now I can act like that was a plan. I learned how to teach with wonderfully generous Chinese college students. I learned another language and culture, and I figured out what I wanted to do next. But truly, at that moment, I was winging it. It was the one job offer that I had. It was exciting and intimidating. And my parents' reaction was, how is this all gonna add up? It was a for the plot moment in my life. For those in the audience who aren't familiar with the slang phrase, for the plot, let me explain. Many of you know that I'm a linguist, and students shared this phrase with me in the course that I taught last semester, and I loved it. Here's how they explained it to me. As we narrate the story of our lives, there are things that we are scared to do, or we aren't sure how they will work. For example, taking the semester off, or texting that person that we think is cute, or moving across the country. But we take the plunge for the plot. Whatever happens, it will make for an interesting chapter. Even if it doesn't work out, we can say, it wasn't good, it was a mistake, but for the plot, and I learned from it. Class of 2024, you are at a chapter break in the plot of your lives. I use that language intentionally because I believe that a life well lived should have chapters. Some of those chapters are long and some are short. Some you can predict and many you can't. And let me tell you, I'm living through a chapter break right now. I'm living into that with you. I decided earlier this year that this would be my last year as the Dean of LSA. And many of my colleagues said with surprise, wait, you're doing what? It was a gut check, and I checked my gut. I knew it was the right time for a chapter break, pursuing a different purpose and new joys. I have loved being your dean, and you have inspired me every single day with your curiosity, your energy, and your drive to make the world a better place. It has been the great honor of my career. Like many of you, I'm hopeful and uncertain about what lies ahead. This feeling will and should keep happening with each chapter break. Just remember, it's for the plot. At each chapter break, I hope you will ask yourself 2 questions. What gives me purpose? And then second, how can I make the world a bit better for others in my own way from where I am? If you focus on that, on purpose and caring for others, you'll be right with yourself when you look back at the story of your life. Class of 2024, we are so proud of what you've accomplished already. We need you and your talents and your drive, and we will be cheering for you at every step as you leave and go to the next chapter. Congratulations, good luck, and forever, go Blue. It's now my great pleasure to welcome graduating seniors from our outstanding School of Music, Theater, and Dance to share a performance with us.
You don't hear it? Oh, I can hear it. Check.
Yellow the fields where ripens the grain, and yellow the moon on the harvest wane. Hail to the colors that float in the light, hurrah for the yellow and blue, yellow and blue, hurrah for the yellow and blue. blossoms to memory dear, and blue is the sapphire that gleams like a tear. Hail to the ribbons that nature has spun, hurrah for the yellow and blue, yellow and blue, hurrah for the yellow and blue. Yellow the fields where ripens the grain, yellow the deer, garlands of bluebells and maize intertwined, and the garlands of bluebells, hearts that are true and voices combine. Hail to the college whose colors we wear, hurrah for the yellow and blue, yellow and blue, hurrah for the yellow and
I've been at this university for 25 years, and I've never ceased to be amazed at the talent that we get to experience all the time at this university. So one more round of applause for the wonderful performance by our graduating School of Music, Theater, and Dance students. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tom Braun, and I'm a professor at the School of Public Health here in Ann Arbor, and I've served this past year as the chair of the Faculty Senate. On behalf of the over 7,000 members who belong to the University Senate that I represent, congratulations on the incredible accomplishments you're celebrating today, but more importantly, thank you. Thank you for allowing us to be part of your life and your journey. It is why we enjoy being faculty. I've been given the chance to impart a final bit of advice and wisdom to all of you for a few minutes. And as I pondered what I get to tell you, I continually reflected back to some inspiring words from my own daughter, Olivia, who is now a freshman in college. When Olivia was 13, at her bat mitzvah, Olivia spoke about the Tower of Babel, which was constructed after Noah's Ark survived the Great Flood. Now, eventually God destroyed the tower, and one interpretation says the tower was not destroyed for its height, but rather for its misplaced importance. The tower and the bricks that were used to create the tower were valued more than the human lives that were expended for its creation. Now, people wanted a tower, quote, as high as the sky, so that they could be heard, in a vast and often confusing world. But the cost to their humanity was too great, and the tower was destroyed. I personally think we have far too many towers of Babel being built in our world right now. Far too many people are competing to be heard in a vast and often confusing world. Far too much importance is placed on ideals, positions, and demands rather than the human lives that they affect. Far too little consideration of how towers that are built brick upon brick of opinions, are now being built at the expense of kindness, respect, and dignity. So, I wish all of you graduating today, thank you. So, I truly wish all of you graduating today every chance of success and the ability to accomplish whatever you set forth to do. But more importantly, I hope you are able to peacefully find your way to be heard and to allow others to be heard in a vast and often confusing world. Thank you very much, and go Blue.
You are an alum of the University of Michigan. That title will stick with you from this day forward. On behalf of the Alumni Association of the University of Michigan, our President and CEO, Ayanna McConnell, my fellow board members, and more than 672,000 alumni worldwide, welcome. We are so glad to have you amongst our ranks. In a few moments, you are going to toss your motorboards up to the sky and head off to live in places like California, Texas, or in a twist of fate, near Ohio State. But know this, wherever you are, you're never far from the University of Michigan. You are never far because you are part of one thing, the most well-educated, most well-connected alumni network in the world. You will feel that kindred spirit when you run across a fellow alum in the hallways of your new job, or when you see someone in places as far away as China wearing a U of M t-shirt, and when you give the other one a passing nod and a simple "Go Blue." As you sit here, ready to explore the world and do great things, remember the truth, this truth. You will always have a home at University of Michigan, and the Alumni Association will always be there for you wherever you are in your career or life. Wear the new title of alum proudly. Forever and always, go blue. It's now my pleasure to introduce Teresa Rose Dvorak, our next student speaker. Teresa is from Dallas, Texas, and is graduating with 2 majors and 2 minors. She's completed a Bachelor of Fine Arts in Theater, Performance, Acting with a minor in Dance. She's completed a Bachelor of Arts in Economics with minors in Entrepreneurship. Join us in welcoming Teresa. Also want to shout out to Maggie Brown, beautiful, lovely Maggie Brown, my niece.
What a gift it is for all of us to be here today. The past 4 years were a historical and unprecedented blend of challenges and victories. So congratulations to the class of 2024. Many of us celebrate our first graduation this weekend. We are the class that grew up before the rise of social media and entered college at the start of the pandemic. I never imagined myself here at Michigan. I had never been to the state until the day I moved into Bursley Hall from my hometown in Texas. My University of Michigan tour was scheduled for March 17th of 2020, 2 days after the national shutdown because of a pandemic none of us understood and all of us were afraid of. So like many of you, I toured Michigan with the little orange man on Google Maps Street View. I read through every course breakdown, watched every YouTube video, and studied everything I could find online. I trusted and I believed in Michigan. I also knew that I would love a Michigan game day. I'm sure we all remember the first time that we walked through the gates of the big house, whether as a young kid with your family or like me as a sophomore in college with your best friends. On my first day of college, I pushed all my laundry aside, logged onto my computer, and took my first class, a dance class in my dorm room. It was an unconventional approach to say the least. College is often known as a time to find yourself, transition into adulthood, try new things, and think outside of the box. COVID-19 quickly forced us into adulthood and into boxes. I'm sure you remember the elation of walking into your first in-person class. When I arrived in a dance studio with box-shaped squares measuring 6 feet by 6 feet, duct taped 12 feet apart from each other. We walked in, one at a time, and were told to dance within the confines of the box. And this sounds crazy now, but at the time, I could not have been more excited. I was thrilled to be in my first college class, dancing in person. And through all of this, we trusted in Michigan. That is why it is such a gift,
Such a triumph to be here today, surrounded by the very best. So thank you to my family, my friends, and every single group project member for getting me to the end. Thank you to Sigma Eta Pi, Basement Arts, Blank Space, and every community I had an honor of being a part of. Each means the world to me. And thank you to the College Playoff Committee for being kind enough to put the national championship back home in Texas for my final home game. Looking back at the past 4 years, I can't imagine myself anywhere else. I am forever grateful for my time here. Thank you, and go Blue! And now it is my honor and privilege to introduce the 15th President of the University of Michigan, Dr. Santoje Ono.
Let's hear it for Teresa again. Let's hear it for her. I'd like to offer my most sincere congratulations to our graduates for all they have done to reach this milestone and for all that you are going to achieve moving forward in your lives. I'd also like to thank all of those who have encouraged and elevated you, your family and friends, your mentors, your professors, your classmates. Let's hear it for all of them. We are so proud of your achievements, and we look forward to all that you will do. You will always be part of the University of Michigan family. So congratulations again, graduates, and always and forever, go Blue. Now we shall now get to the most important part of the ceremony, conferring the degrees. Are you excited about that? We will recognize candidates for the baccalaureate degrees in the schools and colleges of the university. The graduating classes will be presented by their respective deans or dean's representatives in the order of the founding of the schools and colleges. Let's hear it for the deans of the university.
Dean Ann Curzan, College of Literature, Science, and the Arts.
Will the candidates for the degrees offered by the faculty of the College of Literature, Science, and the Arts please rise if you are able? On behalf of the faculty of the College of Literature, Science, and the Arts, I present the candidates. Congratulations on your graduation. And you may now be seated.
Dean Jacques Noor, School of Dentistry.
Will the candidates for the degrees offered by the faculty of the School of Dentistry please rise if you are able? On behalf of the faculty of the dental school, I present the candidates. Congratulations on your graduation. You may be seated.
Dean Vicki Ellingrod, College of Pharmacy.
Will the candidates for the degrees offered by the faculty of the College of Pharmacy please rise if you are able? On behalf of the faculty of the College of Pharmacy, I present the candidates. Congratulations on your graduation. You may now be seated.
Dean Celeste Watkins Hayes, Gerald R. Ford, School of Public Policy.
Will the candidates for the degrees offered by the faculty of the Gerald R. Ford School of Public Policy please rise if you are able? On behalf of the faculty of the Gerald R. Ford School of Public Policy, I present the candidates. Congratulations on your graduation. You may be seated.
Interim Dean Stephen L. Cessio, College of Engineering.
Will the candidates for the degrees offered by the faculty of the College of Engineering please rise if you are able? On behalf of the faculty of the College of Engineering, I present the candidates. Congratulations on your graduation, and you may be seated. Thank you.
Dean Elizabeth Burr Moji, Marcel Family School of Education.
Will the candidates for the degrees offered by the faculty of the Marcel Family School of Education please rise? On behalf of the faculty of the Marcel Family School of Education, I present our amazing candidates. Congratulations on your graduation. You may be seated.
Dean Sharon F. Matuzik, Stephen M. Ross School of Business.
Will the candidates for the degrees offered by the faculty of the Ross School of Business please rise if you are able? On behalf of the faculty of the Ross School of Business, I present these candidates. Congratulations and go blue! Please be seated.
Dean Jonathan T. Overpeck, School for Environment and Sustainability.
Woo-hoo! Will the candidates for the degrees offered by the faculty of the School for Environment and Sustainability please rise if you're able? On behalf of the faculty of the School for Environment and Sustainability, I present the candidates. Congratulations on your graduation. Woo! You may now be seated.
Dean David A. Gear, School of Music, Theater, and Dance.
Will the candidates for the degrees offered by the faculty of the School of Music, Theater, and Dance please rise if you are able? Congratulations on your graduation. You may be seated.
Dean Jonathan Massey, A. Alfred Taubman, College of Architecture and Urban Planning.
Candidates for the degrees offered by the faculty of the A. Alfred Taubman College of Architecture and Urban Planning, please rise if you are able. Yes. On behalf of the Taubman College faculty, I present our degree candidates. Congratulations.
Associate Dean Dana Chonin, School of Nursing.
All right, nurses, will the candidates for the degrees offered by the faculty of the School of Nursing please rise if you are able? Woo! On behalf of the faculty of the School of Nursing, I present these candidates. Congratulations on your graduation. Go blue. You may be seated.
Dean F. Du Bois Bowman, School of Public Health.
Will the candidates for the degrees offered by the faculty of the School of Public Health please rise if you are able? On behalf of the faculty of the School of Public Health, I present the candidates. Congratulations on your graduation. You may now be seated.
Dean Beth Angel, School of Social Work.
Will the candidates for the degrees offered by the faculty of the School of Social Work please rise if you are able? On behalf of the faculty of the School of Social Work, I present these candidates. Congratulations on your graduation. You may be seated.
Dean Andrea Forte, School of Information.
Will the candidates for the degrees offered by the faculty of the School of Information please rise if you are able? On behalf of the faculty of the School of Information, I present these outstanding candidates. Congratulations on your graduation. You may be seated.
Dean Carlos Francisco Jackson, Penny W. Stamps School of Art and Design.
Will the candidates for the degrees offered by the faculty of the Penny W. Stamps School of Art and Design please rise if you are able? On behalf of the faculty of the Penny W. Stamps School of Art and Design, I present the candidates. Congratulations on your graduation. You may be seated.
Dean Lori Ploutz Snyder, School of Kinesiology.
Will the candidates for the degrees offered by the faculty of the School of Kinesiology please rise if you are able? On behalf of the faculty of the School of Kinesiology, I present the candidates. Congratulations on your graduation, and go blue.
Will all of the graduates of the class of 2024 please stand so we can recognize you? On behalf of the Board of Regents of the University of Michigan, congratulations on your graduation. Will all the members of the platform party please rise? Please rise. Will all the family members and invited guests who share in the recognition of these graduates presented today please rise so that we can honor our graduates? Class of 2024, we welcome you to the community of scholars, which is the University of Michigan. We look forward to benefiting from the contributions that your education has prepared you as you go forth into the world. To signify your graduation, please move your tassel from the right to the left. Congratulations, class of 2024. Go blue, everybody.
I would like to thank all of you, graduates, family, friends, faculty, staff, our distinguished guests, for your attendance today. As our ceremony comes to a close, I proudly welcome today's graduates to the University of Michigan alumni family. We know you will be forever to our credit. Commencement concludes with the singing of the victors. Immediately following the final Champions of the West, the stage party will lead the recessional march that officially closes the program. We ask the graduates and the audience to remain in your seats until the recessional of the stage party is complete. Thank you and congratulations, graduates.
Regent Mark J. Bernstein. The University of Michigan would like to thank you for coming today and congratulate you on your graduation. As you prepare to leave, we ask for your cooperation and patience. Graduates are to recess through the tunnel back to the graduate gathering area. Guests are not permitted on the field. Graduates, families, and friends are asked to meet outside of the stadium. If you arrived by bus, you can find the buses at the same location you were dropped off. Lines for the buses returning to campus will be long, so please be patient and listen to instructions from our staff, who will help keep the shuttles moving quickly. Thank you again for attending today. Congratulations to our University of Michigan graduates and their families, and go Blue!
sing to the colors that float in the light. Hurrah for the yellow and blue. Yellow the stars as they ride through the night and reel in a rollicking crew. Yellow the fields where ripens the grain, and yellow the moon on the harvest wain. Hail to the colors that float in the light. Hurrah for the yellow and blue. Yellow and blue. Hurrah for the yellow and Blue are the billows that bow till the sun, when yellow robe morning is due. Blue are the curtains that evening is spun, at sunset a glorious hue.
Blue are the blossoms to memory dear, and blue is the sapphire and gleams like a tear. Hail to the ribbons that nature has spun. Hurrah for the yellow and blue. Yellow and blue. Hurrah for the yellow and yellow the fields where ripens the blossoms. Yellow the dear gardens of bluebells and amazing tortoise and gardens of bluebells, hearts that are true and voices of Hail to the college whose colors we wear. Hurrah for the yellow and blue. Yellow and blue. Hurrah for the yellow and blue. Thank you.